Good morning, it's Monday, and we are back with Relaxing Painting with Dice and Dungeons. Today I'm going to be doing a variety of things. I'll just let you know, depending on how things go, I might end a little bit early. The allergies are terrible. So I might be sneezing and sniffling a little bit, and if I am, that's why. Okay, so what we're going to be doing today is continuing with working on little bits of dungeon pieces. Just to recap kind of what we've done before, I finished up this cauldron. Thought it came out pretty nicely. I'll hold it up there. Nice dark steel color, little bronze handle, bubbly goo on the inside. This is going to be filled, not up to the top, with a thin layer of realistic water, which is a clear kind of polymer plastic that sets up anywhere from 8 to 48 hours after you put it in, and that will make it look very much like liquid. The same thing is done with this. This is part of like a necromancy lair kind of thing. Is this whole pool is filled with that realistic water, and then various colors are put in and swirled around. And if you look below me, as little pictures keep scrolling around, you'll see that you'll see some that we've done before. We've done them in purple, red, and green. This one's going to be green, and this one also is going to be green. Okay. What we can also see here is a contrast between the blue base coat and gray base coat. This one's already been washed. This one has not been washed, but you can see we have two different color schemes, but the pool inside is going to be the same color. So I'll need to find that particular green. It's called sick green, which seems to be appropriate for what we're doing. So I'll be painting that in. The sarcophagus got base coated last week, and all this needs is a wash, a dark gray wash, and I'll be doing that later today. This throne needs a lot of detail work. Got the base coat in on the base and the throne, and today I'm going to be painting the chains and all those little zigzaggy things and the little wings on the side. Yeah, so the chains are going to be gold. There's going to be some silver and some red in here. And then after that is done and then touched up, because the paint will slop over a little bit, probably go back and forth a couple of times, then this will get a wash as well. I have to decide whether to wash the chain. I have to confer with some folks. Washing this will be a little bit of a challenge, because we don't want to get, if we don't want to get the wash on the chain, then it has to be done very, very carefully. If we do, then it's just washed. So we'll see how that goes. The other things I might start working on is, you've heard about our trap tiles. I will do a flip in a bit. Our trap tiles release traps, and there's two kinds. There's a flame. This is just what it looks like primed. Big fire trap that shoots out across the 10-foot wide corridor. And there's also a gas cloud. And we have done these before. This is what a flame looks like when it's painted. It looks all flamey, right? And this is the prototype of the gas cloud that I did some time ago, and this came out looking pretty good. I'll have to see if I can kind of duplicate that same look. Anyway, that's what we're going to try to do. Is depending on how things go today, we'll start working on the flames and the gas clouds as well. I'm going to start by finding the green for this, and I want to start out a little slowly today because it's Monday. Yeah, stiff back. I'll flip the flame. Always have to do 3 flips. There we go. So there, the flames flipped. So here's some sort of little detail work. It'd be nice to just do some washing right off the beginning, but there's a lot of stuff to be washed. If you look around the table, there are all of these dungeon tiles that I've done over the last couple of days, and all of those that I did over the last couple of weeks. And all of those need to be washed somehow by somebody, probably me. Okay, well, what I don't have in front of me is the green color for this. So, looking at, well, I'll just show you these. These are pretty cool. This is all done in PLA on 3D printers that are behind me. Okay, and those come in spools. We've gone through a lot of spools. And it's like, oh, what can you do with them? And if you look online, there's always tons of things, but our dungeon mistress has made custom paint caddies. Can I get this to show? There's one. Let's rotate it. So the spools go on a central post, and these, this one, are designed specifically for the Viejo bottles. Exactly the right size for those. And so we have this paint caddy. This one is 5 stories tall. There's one over there for the Tamiya paints. The holes are bigger and more spaced out. Yeah. So it's a really good way to keep the paints up off the table so that they don't just get in the way of everything, which they're doing right now anyway, because they don't get put away right away. So I'm looking for this thing called Thick Green. Which is probably out laying around on the workbench somewhere because it was used not too long ago. Yeah, so you get to watch me turn things off camera here. I don't see any greens at all. That is emerald. That is blue-green. Okay, well, obviously I'm not prepared for this, so I can't find the one paint I need. It was fun. I get to talk while I'm looking for paint on the paint caddy here. Moving things out of the way. Oh, there's the greens. They're all down at the bottom. Okay. Blue and green. Green. Probably going to be right near the end. There's light green. We have lots of greens here. This one is refractive green. That's interesting. I need to look at the color chart and see what that looks like. And of course, this last one here is thick green. So you got to hear me call out the names of all of the green Viejo paints that we have. That was pretty thick. And we did a lot of other stuff over the weekend, and now things have moved around. I'm just over here finding my brushes. Basically what I'm doing is I'm killing time so I don't have to work at anything. So yeah, I'm doing a fine job of that. So I'm going to use 2 brushes here. One is this little brush to get around the edges, and a bigger brush to fill it in and cover up all the bubbles. I'm really tempted. What I'm tempted to do with this, and I haven't talked with the DM about this, is that I used one of these pearlescent paints to paint the tops of the bubbles in the cauldron. And I'm almost tempted to do that with all the bubbles here, but there's a green one there. That shows you what this will end up looking like when we're done. Okay, that was one of the early ones. But you can see how the colors get kind of swirled around. The base doesn't ever really show up, but the bubbles show up because they're usually built a little bit higher than the level of the realistic water that we put in. Okay, well, enough of that. I'm going to stir this up on the off-screen stirring thing. Always get to hear the buzzing, see the rippling because it affects the camera. Okay, that was fun. So I'm going to make this that color. One of those painting spectacular things where you make things different colors by using pigments. Okay, there's some paint. There's some paint in the little thing here. I'm going to take the paint on the brush out of this little thing, well hole here, and stick it on here, and then this will make this color. The magic of painting. Yeah, I know, that was pretty lame, but anyway, in some ways it is kind of magical how things change colors. So here I am, I'm just going to be painting around the edges here. And then after I get all around the edge with the smaller brush, I'll get out a larger brush and fill in the space on the inside. And this, as you might have noticed if you looked at the thing on the screen, the green one, put a layer of this realistic water in, like that clear plastic resin kind of stuff. And then put like 3 different colors of green and some black. And this base coat, for the most part, never even really shows because those pigments pretty much cover this whole thing over. But when we did the prototypes, we discovered that it's a good idea to put a complementary color base coat in anyway, because sometimes things will show through. And if they do, you want them to not be the primer color. So now we'll use this larger brush and paint all around. It's almost like real painting. If I paint in both directions, I can even get the bubbles painted. Enough paint to cover it all up. Oftentimes I'm pretty lucky And the amount of paint I squeezed out, if I really push it a little bit, turns out to be just enough to finish what I'm doing. And it looks like I will start out on Monday having just enough paint, if I spread it here at the end, to finish this bit. Touching up around the base of the bubbles. Trying not to get careless at the end. You can see that's a lot brighter than this, but as it dries, this paint turns out to look exactly like that. Okay, well, there. Maybe I'm done for the day. Should I just say that was good? That's just kind of it there. All right, so I'm going to clean these brushes. And I guess what I need to do next is start to work on the chain on the throne. And this is supposed to be done in polished gold. It's very gold shiny. This is going to take a while because there's a lot of texture in the chain. And I have to get the paint inside all of those links. And I very carefully want to paint the edges of the chain without getting it all over the blue, especially in these areas here where it's hard to do the touch-up. So there's that. So I have been told that the Christmas music has still been playing. I don't know if it's playing today or not. In fact, it looks like there might not be any music on at all. The Christmas music was kind of appropriate last week because those of you who celebrate it that way, there were 12 days of Christmas, which ended on the 6th. So, I think that was okay, but one of the comments was that it was pretty loud too. That was Christmas music that was left over from the Christmas ornament painting spectacular that the other members of Dice and Dungeons did before Christmas Day. Those of you who celebrate Christmas, and on the 25th at least. I know that there are lots of other traditions and religions, and not everybody does that, but here, before the 25th, they painted Christmas tree ornaments, and that was kind of fun to watch. Anyway, the music continued. It didn't get changed, and either it's not playing now at all, or it's still on. I'm not sure. I can't hear the music from where I am here at the workbench. If there is no music, then it will come on later as we get some technical assistance. People who set up the music. And I'm still procrastinating. I'm going to take my glasses off because, as I have told people who have watched and listened to this before, trifocals don't work very well when you're doing up-close detail work. There's like one little spot on the lens that focuses this close, and it usually is down here, so I'd have to be looking at it like this, which is very uncomfortable, and it doesn't work anyway. So the glasses off, and okay, well, enough babbling. I guess I need to get going here. I'm going to this has been sitting around a good long time. We haven't used it in a while, so you're going to hear this being mixed quite a bit, like 30 seconds at least. Yeah, I want that buzzing sound, wonderful. So I probably shouldn't drown it out by babbling. Just listen to the harmonious buzzing of the paint stirring thing. Which has a name. Okay, well, we can't finish unless he gets started, so let's squeeze out some polished gold paint here. Very shiny. Shiny. And get out this more or less correctly sized. Anyway, let's start putting paint on the chain and see what happens. The worst that can happen is I'll just go back and forth many times. Between the chain and the base. See, like there's a spot already. So I wanted to get the gold down there, but the boundary between one and the chain and the stone gets a little ambiguous, and so there's a little bit of paint there because the link closes up, and maybe there too. Where from this angle it looks just right, and from this angle it looks like it got onto the stone. So those would be tiny little dots of the medium blue stone color. But that's the kind of thing that will happen after I get this chain base coated, which is to go back and paint dozens of tiny little dots with a touch up. Satisfied with the boundary between the bright gold chain and the underlying stone. Anyway, that's how it gets shiny. The miracle of paint. You get shiny yellow paint, and you put it on something, and it changes color. This is mostly on camera, so I'm just going to leave it there. It would be better if I could move it this way just a little bit. It'd be more comfortable for me. I don't know what to talk about while I'm doing this. It's going to be, this is going to take a good while, at least for me, because I have to be slow and careful. But it really does make this piece look pretty amazing once it's done. Could be a throne fit for a king, an evil king, a good king, an emperor, a throne usurper, and whoever wants to use the throne. It ends up looking pretty good. There's always this question of how far down do I go? For the most part, I'm going to not go very deep onto the sides, because that's where you get these little spots that don't look not very right. And let's see, there's this kind of cornice, this little bracket here. At the top, it's a little raised area that you can't really see very well, but it's definitely there. And it goes around the front, and it holds this other chain up. The chain that goes right down the front of the corner of the throne and onto the base. washing this is going to be a little bit of a challenge, because I don't think we're going to want to wash on the polished gold. That would kind of defeat the purpose of it being polished, right? As if we then make it darker and age it. So the washing on this will not be done with a huge brush just sweeping it across. The washing of this will be done with a smaller brush, a little piece at a time, and then the trick will be to make sure that the wash is uniform across the various surfaces of the throne. But it does need to be washed, because the blue and the gray both really kind of flat and lifeless until the wash is put on. Especially the gray. And we might see that later today if I start washing dungeon tiles. All the ones that I showed you at the beginning that have been prepared and are just sitting around waiting for washing. And I suppose, I probably should do that today, right? Monday is, in old household traditions, Monday's wash day. When I was growing up, Monday was wash day. A week's worth of wash got done on that day. I'm actually old enough that my grandmother used to hang out with her during the day for a while as a kid. Had a ringer washer. Okay, raise your hand if you even know what that is. So yeah, there weren't any dryers. I mean, at least dryers that were affordable in my family. And so in order to get as much of the water out as possible before they were hung out to dry, and that actually was a thing, it's not just a phrase, being hung out to dry, they would be put through a wringer, and a wringer was two rollers that rolled against each other, and you push the cloth between these rollers. So it squeezed out a lot of the water. If any of you make pasta, and you've got the pasta rollers, you put the dough between them, squeezes it and makes it flatter. Well, this is pretty much the same thing, except of course they were much bigger, because you have to put towels and sheets and things through them. So you'd feed the clothes, and the wringer was over a tub, because the water had to go somewhere. So there are these things called wash tubs, with big sinks. Almost every basement used to have a set of double sinks, and you'd push the clothes between the wringer rolls, and it would squeeze out a lot of the water. Sometimes he'd even put it through twice. Anyway, it came out of the washing machine. The washing machine was sort of semi-automatic, in the sense that it had a motor-operated agitator. Floating washers still have things with like the big fan blades that swoosh the thing around. If I recall, it didn't even have like an automatic filler though. It had like a hose attached to a faucet. Filled it up with hot water, put in your laundry detergent. Actually, back then it was even soap flakes. We didn't have soap flakes, we had a bar of Fell's Naphtha, which was this kind of soap. Yep. Yeah, see, when I was looking at it from this angle, it looked like it went over, but I look here and it's definitely not where the edge of that highlight area is. Anyway, so you put that in the water and you let it agitate for a while. It didn't have an automatic stop or start. You just sort of decided how long you wanted it to run. And that's how long it ran. And then you took the clothes out and put them through the wringer and then hung them out to dry. And unless it was raining or snowing or really, really cold, it was much below freezing, you couldn't hang them out to dry. You'd hang them out to freeze, and that wouldn't work because then you just end up with ice clothes. Not dry clothes, but yeah, there were wash lines all over the backyard that you put up and down on the posts with the hooks. Clothes with clothespins onto the line, and then there are these clothes poles. When I was a kid, they looked really tall, probably like 7 feet long or something. They had a point on one end and a notch on the other, and the point went into the ground. Hold it steady, and the notch went on the clothesline. The rope was holding the clothes, and you use that to prop it up so that the clothes didn't touch the ground. Washing clothes for a family was a lot of manual labor. And then you let them hang out to dry until they were dried. And then everything had to be brought in and folded. For a family, it took the entire day from when everybody had breakfast until it was time to prepare dinner. It's weird. Well, anyway, see, that's where the touch-up comes in. The paint just went a little bit over. There aren't too many touch-up spots, but they're just all over the place. Little spots all over where the gold paint is, probably a little further onto the surface underneath than I'd like. Anyway, yeah, Monday, talking about what happens on Monday. Laundry day. Now, laundry can still feel like a lot of work, but basically you're just throwing clothes into a machine and you're waiting around for the machine to finish its job. And then you take them out of that machine and throw them in another machine. So the amount of time that you have now spent is the amount of time it took you to bring the clothes to the machine, throw them in, set a dial, push a button, and go on to other things. And it feels like it's taking a lot of time because, time passes, but the amount of work that you've done, that you have actually done, has been pretty minimal. You carried a laundry basket down to a room where the machines are, or you go to the laundromat, which is kind of the same thing. You transport your clothes to the location of the machine, and the amount of work that you've put in has basically been tossing them in the machine. And so the only thing that is still comparable to the old Monday wash day is when you take them out of the drying machine, holding them up. Really recognize it or appreciate it, because laundry is still kind of a pain, even with all the machines. Even if we don't appreciate it as much as we should, laundry is way used to be. The soaps and detergents are way a lot better. It gets so Europe, a lot of places in Europe, people still prefer. I mean, it's not that they can't get a dryer. Dryers are expensive to purchase and expensive to run, but in a lot of places in Europe, people actually prefer to hang out their laundry because it just, I don't know if you've never had like air-dried laundry, especially towels and sheets that have been dried outside on a line. That's something you should try if you've never had that, is to do it, because there's an amazing freshness, a scent that cannot be adequately captured from a bottle or crystals or anything. That comes from air drying clothes, sheets and towels. It's just really very different. It's very pleasant. If you just want to try something new, if you haven't ever done it, hang your clothes out to dry. You can find a place to do it if you can find a rope and a thing to hang it from. It's worth it. It's worth trying at least once. Okay, well, yeah, I'm just seeing all sorts of little places that will need touch up later, and just make sure we find them again when I get the touch up paint out. These little zigzag things here are kind of cool. They're like little lightning bolt kinds of things on either side here, but they're a little bit hard to reach. They're raised up pretty high though, which is nice, so that you can paint the tops of them without getting paint too much on the bottom, like that. Ambiguous here. On this side, it's pretty, looks like it goes there, so it doesn't so much on this side. I'll just paint that in. Seems to be going okay. I mean, there's little spots of touch up all over the place, but mostly, for the most part, pretty tiny. And at least so far, they're in places that are not impossible to reach. Okay, well, there's some chain. There's a chain down at the bottom, and the little zigzaggy lightning bolt things. Do the chains up at the, whoa, something just moved around upstairs. Sounded like maybe one of the, like the dogs are up, maybe. Someone slipped on the floor. I think the filter filters out a lot of those weird sounds for you, like the sump pump going here from the humidifier, that kind of thing. But every once in a while, there will be a sound that's a bit startling, like that one was. There's these little wings, you can probably see them here on either side. Those get painted a bright silver color. And then in the center is like a red gem that I will be painting in gloss red. And that's kind of, it's a really nice look once it's done. Say this is going better than I thought it would. Going a little faster and a little less messy, yeah, but I'm not going to say that because if I did, I know that that's when a major split would happen. A split being the thing that happens when the brush goes where it shouldn't and it gets paint where I don't want it, and in a hard to reach area. I'm not going to say anything about how well this seems to be going because that would be a precursor to thing not going well. Anyway, laundry. Yeah, Monday is traditionally kind of laundry day. I'll be done here today. I don't know. I usually do mine Thursdays. Because two reasons. One is I'm not streaming, because streaming is Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 10 until 2. Some breaks now and then for vacations or appointments, that sort of thing. So Tuesdays and Thursdays are the best days. Not that it takes a lot of time to do the laundry, as I was saying, but it doesn't take a lot of time of your time to be doing things to do the laundry, but it takes a fair amount of time for the machines to do it, so it, it tends to fill the day. And the other reason is that other people in the household, well, that's the day when the machines are usually free. And it's always easier for me to do the laundry when the washer and dryer are available than when it's not. Because when the washer and dryer aren't available, then they don't do the laundry, and then it doesn't get done. Okay, well, I'm nearly done, but this paint is congealed. Whatever's the little bit that's left in the well is now just a rim of almost unusable paint. So what we're going to do here is squeeze out another chunk or drop or whatever. Chunk. It's not really a chunk, is it? There. Squeeze out some more, and yeah, this will go a little more smoothly. The laundry day at my grandmother's house because I was a little kid and everything looked big, and the machine was the machine with the agitator. It was chunking away, making a lot of noise, swishing back and forth. My aunt almost always came over to help. I think she brought her laundry with her too, maybe. I don't recall that exactly, but it would have made sense that she would, since they were doing it together. Yeah, so they would get the laundry in there, run it through the wringer. I think I even got to put clothes through the wringer occasionally. Had to be careful though. I mean, it didn't have like a lot of safety features on it. It's not the kind of thing where if something got caught in it, it would automatically stop or anything. If the wringer was running, the wringer would be running. And if you got your hand in it, you would have your hand run. The space between the rollers was a lot smaller than the thickness of your hand, and that would have been bad. So, yeah, and doing laundry then was actually a little bit hazardous. So, got to run the clothes through the wringer, squeeze out a lot of the water, put them in a basket. There were many baskets. The laundry came in a basket. It was sorted by color and by fabric, although there weren't too many fabrics back then. It was like cotton or linen, and that's basically it. It couldn't wash the wools. Definitely couldn't put those through the washer. And there weren't many synthetics. I think nylon was just starting to come out then, and I'm not sure it was made in nylon back then. Nylons were made in nylon. That's what they were called. Stockings were called nylons because they were made out of nylon. That's right. That's what. Okay. That's an obvious spot in an obvious place. I touched a piece of gold paint with my finger, but there, when I should be able to touch that up, that's an easy to reach spot. Okay, so I will digress. Nylon was one of the first synthetic fibers, I think, and that was like artificial silk, kind of. And it was used to make women's hosiery, which then became called nylons. Out of this new fabric called nylon, and not the other way around. There. Yeah, so basically there were whites and colors, and the whites often they wanted to wash with bleach, kept them white, got rid of stains and things, and this thing called bluing. I mean, that's kind of a weird thing to call something, right? But they were dark navy blue tablets, and you'd stick those in the hot water along with your bleach, or maybe near the end of the cycle. I'm not really sure. There's probably some sort of magic involved in it. Stuff called bluing. They created almost like a fluorescence. And it really was a really dark blue color that was probably more visible in ultraviolet than in the visible light, and it made things look bright. Thinking about it, that's actually kind of a cool thing. I don't know if that's still something that shows up in detergents or not, but it was definitely a thing. It was kind of a one of those marketing things, like make your whites even whiter with whatever company made it bluing. You would think, something called bluing wouldn't catch on because you want things white, not blue. Jeans were blue, there were jeans then. Okay. Yeah, it was, I think it was something that actually kind of caught the very almost ultraviolet end of the spectrum and made things bright. So you do your whites with the bleach and the bluing, and then you do your colors. I think maybe it made sense. I'm thinking back, probably did the colors first because you didn't want any like residual bleach sitting around in the wash tub and your whites. So thinking the colors probably were done first with just the soap flakes. Baskets, you had the baskets to bring the dirty laundry in, and then you had baskets that you used to take the clean laundry out to be hung out to dry. Gold paint all over your fingers. It doesn't seem to have rubbed off too much. Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I need to do a bunch of touching up yet in various and sundry spots with both the dark blue and the gray. But it's pretty clear where I need to do it. I just need to be careful to catch it all. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm getting all of the chain, because there's a lot of chain on this thing. Accent bits here and there, side here. Yeah, I mean there's a little raggedness and some edges here and here, but I think I'll be able to get to them without too much trouble. Before I do the touch-up, I think I'm going to do the silver. Do that because I might have, little issues around it. And then the last thing I'll do is the red, and then I'll come back and do touching up. So you can see there's a lot of very bright gold chains on that. So yeah, bring the wash down in baskets, separated by colors and fabric. Put it through the agitator, haul it out. Everything is by hand. You have to remember the agitator didn't have much of a spin cycle, so a lot of the water was still in the clothes, which made them very heavy, and they had to be lifted up and run through the wringer, which was on the side of the tub of the agitator thing, and the water went into another tub that was adjacent. Yeah, so it was a lot of work lifting those wet clothes up. So people who did laundry had pretty good upper body strength. Okay, because it was lifting and hauling, and then all of the damp clothes, once they ran through the wringer, which got out, oh, I don't know, like 80% of the water or something. Not effective as some of the spin drying now. So that's, yeah. And then they needed to be hung up on laundry lines, which were like, you know, you didn't want the sheets dragging on the ground, so the clotheslines were up, I mean, actually pretty high up. You're lifting these heavy towels and sheets that were still pretty damp up above your head, holding them with one hand and slipping on clothespins with the other. And you've probably seen clothespins and you say, what are these for? Well, they were for pinning clothes onto the wash lines. So it would pinch them on. Get your clothes poles, those things with a point on one end and a notch on the other, and stick it up under the clothesline, the notched end, and lift it up, stick the point in the ground, and that would keep the clothes from touching the ground while they were drying. And that was a lot of work because the clotheslines were full of wet clothes, and so they were really heavy. So even sticking the post in and pushing it up was a lot of work. Laundry was a very laborious job. Okay, so I'm painting these wings silver now, and you can see it's nice and shiny. Then I want to paint down into the well where the red will go, just so that I can be sure that, that the edges are silvered. Thinking about, what it was like growing up with laundry with my grandmother and my aunt, how much work it was. Then you would hope that, the weather stayed nice enough so that everything could dry outside. And occasionally there would be like a shower coming or something, and it'd be this huge rush. The stuff wasn't maybe quite all the way dry. You'd have to just run out and bring the laundry in. Didn't happen very often that I recall, but it wasn't a good thing if it did. There's, can't really tell. Looks like there's a spot there that needed to be gold that isn't. So I'm going to, I think the paint is still good. Let me clean this off quick. What's left of this paint that isn't quite dry yet. It's just there now. There it is. You can only see it from this angle. That's the only way you can see it. It's like a divot inside one of the chains. It's actually painted okay. Well, now you can see the silver wings. I'm going to let that dry. And while that's drying, I'm going to get out the blue paint and start touching up all these little spots. I'm going to use this brush. It's a little big for that, I think, but most of the spots I think I can reach with it without causing too much of a problem. And then the last bit is to do the red jewel, we'll call it, in the middle. No, nobody in chat has said anything about the music, so either there isn't any music playing, or the right music is playing, or the Christmas music is playing and no one's complaining. Who can tell? Okay, so this now is, relatively delicate little work. Going around it with the little brush and touching spots that should be blue. Whoa. So I have to be focused there for a second. And it's kind of hard sometimes to see where the tip of the brush is because it's blue against blue. Blue on blue. Can't be quiet here because I'm just trying to get the paint where I want it. And of course the blue paint goes on and it's shiny. And between the shininess of the gold paint and the shininess of this paint. Okay, this is here where the edges are, so I will make one up and just make sure it's even. Yeah, this is paint definitely went over the edge. So that was easy to get. There's this tiny little speck right there. Yeah. And this is where I need to look at it from like slightly different angles here and there. As we had discovered, things look fine from one direction and then not from the other. So as I'm going around, I'm finding these little spots, not too many. You know, I might have been able to have washed this before I did all of this, because of these tiny spots are so small, it wouldn't have shown up with the wash. But I didn't, and so I will be finding out what it's like to wash this with all the gold already in place, and if it doesn't work, then we might have to paint some new gold, I don't know. Things are suspiciously quiet today. I was just hearing the phone ring and noticing that I wasn't hearing much of anything else. Maybe people are sleeping in late. Just being quiet. Okay, well, just looking around. Different directions, different angles. Yeah, this is looking suspiciously good. And just a whole lot less touch-up than I expected there to be. What do you think? Nice and shiny, Okay there, it's okay there. Checking to see if there's any, yeah, there's some, I'll pull out the gray. There's a little bit, I don't know, tiny little spots of gray now and here, but I think catching little spots that weren't perfectly covered before. Yeah, I'm going to stop messing with this. Pull out the gray. There's just a little bit of an edge of one of these and this stuff here that I think could use a little touch up. I'm not even going to bother stirring it. So, do is I'm going to shake it a little bit so it's a little bit in the bottle cap. Practically a new bottle. Okay. A bit. You can only see it from this side. The rest of this just to make sure that there aren't any uncovered spots. Okay, I think that looks pretty decent. I'm gonna get out the silver is dry, so I'll get out the red. Give that a stir. This hasn't been used in quite a while. I can see how it's all separated inside, so this will be a bit. So it's another one of those. I'm going to use hardly any paint at all. Let's take it off the bottle cap here. And what I'm doing is I'm filling in the inside of this thing with bright red shiny paint. Cooling up in there a little bit, but I like that because it'll give it a little bit of contour maybe. So I'm running it up on the side. Okay, I'm gonna have to come back with silver and touch that up. You know, of course, it would be the very last thing I do. That would be apparently the easiest thing to do. Okay, that little well there, but turns out to be one of the trickier things. You want it up closer to the top here. Well, we'll let that set. Yeah, I'll need to push a little bit of silver paint closer here, where it kind of went up on the side a little bit. The paint is thin. So it moved around a little more than I thought it might. Okay, well, you can see it's nice bright red. Stands out pretty cool. Could also do that in bright green. I think we did one that way, but the red looks better. So we've got some time before the break now. I'm going to do some base coating on the flames and the gas cloud. And these are a little tricky because I want to get the base coat down onto the base of this as well. You know, there's a magnet in here that holds onto the place where the flame comes out. So what I'm going to do is I start with the yellow and work my way up. And there's no yellow at the tips, so I'm going to be able to grab piece of board with holes drilled all over it that alligator clips stick into. This has been around for like 1 million years, as you can see. But what I can do is grab the tip that will not be yellow and paint yellow almost all the way up to it. And I put yellow, when I do these, I put the yellow base coat way further than it needs to be, because I just want to make sure that it's cleanly, that it's there, right? So that it gives me a little bit more, you know, I don't want to just paint it to where I think the orange is going to come down. I want to paint the orange like over it, and then when I paint the red, I paint the red over the orange. In looking at this, there are some little fibers left over from the print. So I need to clean those off. Grab the X-Acto knife to do that. Could do it with a little file, but this is handy and the file isn't. Clean these off as much as I can see them. They're mainly right at the little tips of things, where the print ended. Now, since the time I painted this one, I'll just leave it out. We have like 3 more yellows and 3 more reds and 2 more oranges. So I'm going to look at the color chart before I paint this to see which color I think looks better. So we'll procrastinate yet a little bit more and do some color selection. When I painted the flaming sword on my character, the little minifig, well, Seth Ralph now has a flaming sword. I actually used, then the flames were way smaller than this. I used 6 different colors to shade the flames. I'm not sure I'll be quite like that on this, but I might use 4 instead of 3. I want to take a look at the colors that we've got. And as I keep saying, the nice thing about painting these things, especially with these acrylics that don't seem to build up very much, is that if it doesn't look good, just paint it. At any rate, let's look at the color chart. I'm going to look at it. I don't know if you'll be able to see it or not. Maybe. So yeah, when we started, we had yellow. There were 2 orange colors. Ended up using this one. And we had red. Okay, flat red. And so there were like, this is too dark for the flames, but this was bright. So it was like this, and this, and that's it. All the choices we had. But now, I've got this like whole palette of stuff. Still liking just the plain yellow. This deep yellow is not too bad. But there's different levels of oranginess. I mean, I could do some little highlights with the sun yellow on top of the plain yellow. This is a little bit redder. This orange is still not bad, but this orange fire is a little translucent and a little transparency in it. So I think I'm going to use this, and it's gloss, a little glossy, which is kind of cool. I'm going to try this instead of that, but I'm going to have to make sure that it's yellow underneath, because the yellow will kind of show through. And then we've got this series of reds. This dark vermilion is pretty cool. I might try that. And the bloody red has the same kind of issue as this. So if I painted orange fire up to the tips and then tried the bloody red on top, that might be good. This amaranth red is kind of fiery. So I think I'm going to try I'm just going to try these colors. I'm going to try the sun yellow, the orange fire, and the bloody red. And if I can find those colors. There used to be a bench there, but now it's over there. Yeah, we'll see how this looks. So the cool thing about this is that I get to procrastinate yet again while I look for these colors. That's deep yellow. lemon yellow. Look at that. That was yellow. That wasn't good. So if I'm going to use the sun yellow or the deep yellow, so I'm going to put the deep yellow on first. The sun yellow is a little orange. Maybe I'll just use. Now I'm unsure. I have become unsure here. Sun, orange fire, and bloody red. Okay. Here's the orange fire. Yellow here. And bloody red. Yep, they're not popping out. Weird. Bloody red. Lemon yellow. Yeah. I don't know where the sun is. It's the sun yellow. Of course, it's Michigan. There's no such thing as sun in the winter. Maybe this is a fruitless quest. Everyone watching me leaning over looking for sun yellow. There it is. It was up on top. Okay. So I'm going to try these colors and we'll see how they look. Do sun yellow on the base and then put some orange fire on that and then put bloody red on that, making it look more or less like this, all flamey looking. Okay, and you keep this as a guide and to clip it on the tip. And everything is going to be yellow except the very tippy tip here where it's clipped. The whole thing is yellow. Gives me more flexibility later, and then this will be dry, and I'll be able to clip it on the bottom and start painting the orange. And after that's dry, I can paint the bloody red highlights. These have been sitting about a bit. They're in these pots. So I'm going to give this a good stir. Okay, and I'm actually going to use, since I'm covering a fairly large area, I'm going to use this bigger brush so it'll go more quickly. At least that's the intent. So I'm going to get this yellow on, and we'll let that dry during break and see what happens. bit transparent to see what it looks like when it dries. If I need to, I can always put on a second coat, right? Again, I'm painting yellow way up in some places that will be painted over with orange and red, but gives it a nice base coat. And since the orange and the red are actually a little bit transparent, it's important that the primer doesn't show through. So when it's wet, that's a pretty decent looking yellow. Let's see what it looks like when it dries. So I'll stick that in the hole here, squeeze out a little more, and paint the other flame. And I think grab it up with the tippy tip. Get it down in there. Again, not sure what colors those will end up being, but don't want the primer to be showing through. The flamey colors to be showing through. I'm going to need a little bit more. Not too, but it's already squeezed out at first, so we'll just finish clearing this in with the yellow paint. Yeah, and it might need a second coat, but that's easy enough to do once it's dry. And then I can compare this color once it's dry to the one I had done earlier. Okay. It seems to be yellow. That was the point. And now I might as well do the gas cloud too. This will be a little trickier. Sure. I'm going to fold this. For those of you who were looking earlier, the gas cloud, the base color is everywhere. So there's no real good spot to hold it. So what I'm going to try to do, let's see if this works, is I'm going to put just the very tip of it there. Yeah, well, we'll see how that goes. This is going to be painted that sick green that we were using, the base coat. I checked the color charts, and the base coat of this one is the same green that I used on the pools. Drop on top of the other spot. Try enough, it should be okay. I'm just going to use this smaller brush. It'll take a little longer, but do is hold it here. Whoa, okay. That was fun. At least there's a magnet on the base and it went flying. So, yeah, okay, this is... Anyway, I'm just going to paint it like this. And I'll get paint on my fingers and then put it on the sticky tack and try to just touch it up enough so that the thing is covered. But there just really isn't any good way to hold this and get it painted at the same time. If there's not a good way to do it, we'll do it the adequately mediocre way. At least this is always a test, you know. That first gas cloud I did came out actually looking really cool. Yeah, there's a magnet in the base of this too, so all the magnets are magnetating. Yeah, this came out looking really pretty good, and so now I'm trying to replicate that and make it look even better. And I don't know, we'll see how I do. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to be doing that, getting paint on my finger. So I'll just wash that off because they're about to take the break. Touch that up on top and get down to the bottom here as much as I can. And what we'll end up doing is after this dries and most of it's painted, so I'll be holding it down here at the bottom, is we'll just touch up the bottom at the very end when everything else is dry and finished. Just a little you know, a couple of seconds extra time opening up the bottle of paint and touching things up, but touch up is a part of what we do here. Okay, so now this is greenish, and hopefully we'll end up looking like that or better. Even try to do some touching. I don't know. Maybe what it would look like with a little bit of pearlescent paint on it, but it would look gas clouds. Anyway, we'll see. So these guys got to dry before I can do a second coat or orange, depending on how it ends up looking. It's got to dry. This guy, I have some silver touch-up to do, but the red isn't quite dry enough to do that yet. And if I put it on too soon and it runs, that will be a mess. So, yeah, we can either sit here and watch paint dry, which is always a lot of fun. Well, I try to talk more about laundry day. I don't have too much more to talk about, but, you know, I could bring out some clothespins. Oh, clothespins, yeah. There used to be before spring-loaded clothespins, the ones you're used to now that you squeeze and they grip. They were just solid pieces of wood, kind of rounded tips and a gap between them. I still have some. I got them from my aunt's estate. Yeah, they were pretty cool, but yeah, and then they came out with plastic clothespins instead of the wooden ones. And yeah, they didn't hold up. As I recall, the plastic was really brittle back in the day, although they came in really pretty colors. I remember them being very vibrant, reds and blues and greens and things, as opposed to just the plain old wood. As I was saying, nowadays you get clothespins, and some people say, why did they call them clothespins? Because they, it's been so long that folks don't even remember that they used to be used to hang clothes. And why do they call them pins? I don't know, because they're really not pins. And clothes clamps, maybe they should have been called. That might have been a better name. Okay, well, let's chat just a little bit about what has been done before I go out on break. What I did was painted the gold chain on the throne. Did touch up all around. Got the silver wings in. Got the red jewel in. I just have to do a little bit of silver touch up right down there where the red came up a little bit too high. See if I can get that line a little more even like the other side. And then this thing needs to be washed. Oh, there's a spot. That needs to be dark blue that I missed. Okay, so this is one of those things where you just go, if I don't do this now, I will never do it because I won't remember it. So let's pull this out. Hopefully the green paint is dry enough. I won't be getting it on here. Okay, there. So yeah, I got the gold chain done. I got the touch-up done. I just need to do a little more silver, and then this will be ready to be washed. This guy here is ready to be washed. This is the sarcophagus I did last week. The base coat's already in, and I got a base coat on the flames and the gas cloud. And those are going to be drying during break, and then I will come back and attempt to make them look flamey and gassy. And we'll see how that goes. And what I might do, I'm not sure, I guess almost ready to start tackling washing all of these dungeon tiles, and I might just do that. I might just start washing some of the dungeon tiles that need to be washed. Anyway, these are mostly clean. My hands are now covered in paint, so I'm gonna have to clean these off. But yeah, this whole pile of stuff will be worked on after break. So we'll see you, I don't know, maybe it might be a little longer break, 15 to 30 minutes from now. Yeah, okay. Use this hand. See you soon. Okay, well, that took longer than I thought. Because, you know, life, there's always something. So there was something. And, yeah, that I was dealing with. Nothing bad, just time consuming as things get to be. So how's this going here? Looks like the red is done, so I can do the silver touch-up. So what do you think? That yellow, that's a pretty decent yellow. Yeah, that might be okay. I'm thinking I'm going to put a second coat on, though. Because it's just a little too much showing through. It's a little too uneven. And for the flames, I'm just thinking it would be a good thing to do. So I'm going to do that. The green going on this. It needs some touching up, but I can touch up with the other colors. Okay. So that's what we're going to be doing here. I'm going to put a second coat on this yellow because I can't do anything else until that dries. And I want to touch up the little silver bit on the jewel. Go well. Oh, that's one thing I should have done on break, is changed my wash water. Speaking of wash. Yeah, this will be much better with a second coat. But the color is okay. I'm okay with the color. Yeah, I'm not sure. This is one of these kind of little awkward moments when things to do, but then because of one coat over the other, the timing doesn't work out that well. So I'm going to touch the second coat on this, make sure it's well covered. Well, it's dry. I have to stop going this thing. It's kind of annoying. Make sure I get it on my hand. Then I'll work on a gas cloud a little bit. Yeah, definitely needs a second coat. I'll work on the gas cloud a little bit, do the silver touch up to make sure that that's done. I've done like about a half dozen of these flames, and they usually turn out okay. It's just a matter of, trying to be sort of artistic and catching the tips of things and following the contours of the print. It end up looking okay, but it's always like, is this one going to be all right or not? So, one thing I'm tempted to do, I really don't know how this is going to look, but I'm gonna give it a try, because worst comes to worst, I can just paint over. I'm going to try the pearlescent paint on the gas cloud. And it doesn't like it takes any longer to use that paint than it does to use the non-pearlescent paint. Take a look at the color chart and see if there's something there that would work. I'm just thinking, you know, kind of a glowy look might be kind of interesting. Thinking this dark green. Just putting the dark green in underneath and see where the darker color is here. Kind of spread around in the valleys between the peaks. I'm just gonna try that and just see how that looks. And then if it looks pretty decent, I might do like these highlights that are kind of, these were done like in sand or something, I think. I think even the red ochre, or even this neon purple, that might look pretty gassy. But I'm going to try this just to see how the pearlescent works on the gas cloud. This is very thick, very viscous paint. Very viscous, but then it's also sort of translucent. So it's, what I found is it makes like a really nice wash almost if you apply it in thin layers. Just going to need a little space here. Drop of this, and we'll put it on there. Let's see what happens, right? So this dark color, it's not going to hold, so I'm just going to hold it. The dark color goes like in the gaps in the underneath. Yeah, the space is underneath. I'm thinking it might leave more of an impression than it does color. It's not as dark as I thought it would be. Well, maybe the subtlety of color is okay. We'll see how this looks when it dries a little bit. So yeah, I'm going to put this on and I'm going to do some lighter colored highlights also in the pearlescent paint. And then I'm going to take it up to the arbiters of things should look. Get their opinion. And see if they like the shininess or not. This might look better if the base coat were lighter. You're just going to let that set where it shall. It's not rubbing off. See what happens, and then pull out another pearlescent color and do basically I want to highlight the tips of all of these protuberances, the bubbles. Yeah, I'm going to use that kind of purple whitish color and see how that looks. But first I need a tiny, tiny touch of silver. Little bit in just the right spot. See here is there's a raggedness to this edge where the red paint came up just a little too far. And I want that line to be on this side to be in just a little bit. Just like that. There. So this is ready for the wash now, and I need to ask if we want the whole thing washed or not. I think I'll just set that aside. This yellow paint has got a good long way to go, but I want to play with this pearlescent paint a little more. This might look really crappy, or it might look wonderfully gassy. I don't know. Hard to get just a small drop out of this, though. It tends to kind of clog up. Out. And then it comes out, instead of a tiny drop, it comes out in a big drop. And I need, like, a little bit of this paint. There. That one came out okay. So yeah, I'm going to try to make feather just the tips of these things. Yes. Yeah, I definitely need another opinion about whether this is cool looking or doofus. I can't tell. I think it was worth a try. Just to see what would happen. I don't know. I'm not sure. Definitely am not sure about how that looks. I think it needs some light. No. Take a nice little bit of white. And touch the tips. It might be better. I'm not sure. We will get a judgment call from someone else. It's a yellow. Yellow's still kind of sticky. Well, what can I do between now and the orange? I could start washing. What have we got left? Like almost an hour, more than an hour. I'm gonna get some clean wash water here, and I'll be back in a bit And I think working on flames a little more. So I'm thinking that maybe what I'll do is put some of this stuff away. Because I think I'm going to just work on washing here. These need to dry. This needs an aesthetic call about whether it looks any good or not. This is done. This is done. I'm going to set these things over to the side so they're out of the way, kind of. Good judgment call about this. I'm not going to wash the throne. That's going to take more care than I'm going to be giving the rest of this stuff. But I've got all these walls, and it needs to be done. Okay, so nothing needs to be done. Yeah. Okay, everything's just like not standing up, not cooperating, not moving. Old hands are not being careful about this. Anyway, we're getting this stuff out of the way. I'm going to wash this first so I can put it aside. And get a piece of paper towel because this one's a mess and useless. Put the throne up here with all these ball pieces washed closer to where I can reach them. And we're using what's called a dark gray wash here. And I'm going to use this really large brush. I've used this before. This is very absorbs it, but I'm going over pretty large surfaces and I want them to be uniform. Okay. And so this brush, a little bit stiff, will accomplish that. Put some gloves on because I'm going to be touching the wash. This would be a good way to use up the rest of this without getting, trying to paint detail onto flames before they're dry. Ending up with something that's a mess instead of looking nice. It's done. And hopefully these will turn out to look like the other ones that were long. Open bottle, the black wash. Nice. Here's the dark gray. Yeah, I've said before with the wash, because it's of thinner, a lot of the solvent and not much pigment. It's important, really important to get it very much stirred up, otherwise the pigment settles on the bottom. And as you use the bottle, everything gets darker and darker. Okay, so we're going to start with some of these flat floor tiles. Just to sort of get back into the practice of using this stuff. Brush will just, you touch it and it just sucks it right up. You need to be a little bit cautious about that. But basically this is what I'm doing, is I'm putting it on and then using the large brush to spread it evenly, and then I need to go around the outside. There's you can kind of see brush marks, but those tend to disappear as it dries, but I don't want it on there too heavy, otherwise the floor tiles will look black compared to what we want them to. I think I'm using the same technique I used before, which is to just brush across like that, get the excess off onto something else, but keep it even like that. That will work out for everybody. Yeah, doing these, getting the excess off onto the next one. I mean, if there's like on a corner somewhere or something, I guess that's okay, but mostly we want it to look even. I found that getting the right amount of wash on the brush is a little bit of a trick. So we'll see if I can keep repeating that trick over and over and over again as we do these tiles. We're just making sure that the surface is covered. Gives it a tint and brings out the texture a little bit. We got a couple more of these floors and then I'll be working on a wall. Yeah. Squeeze out a little more. And suddenly we've got a whole, looks like a whole lot darker, doesn't it? I think it's just a volume issue rather than a pigment issue, at least I hope so. It is important, is before it sets up, you brush across it to get those dark layers out and make it even coverage. And if it comes out to be too dark, then we will paint over it like I did once before. Yeah, this one has a texture that's totally different from all of the others. I don't understand. It's weird. Let's see if they decide to use it or use it in a special place or something. But the floor texture is totally different than all of the other floor tiles. Okay, well, let's do a wall. Get it into the mortar line. And then brush across it like that. Using the same technique as on the floor to get it into those areas. That's really where we want it more than anywhere else, is in the mortar junctions. Just brush across and make the color even. This is the part where you kind of need to pay attention to make sure, get like the sides. Because I've done these in the past and all of a sudden it's like, oh, you missed a side. And that becomes pretty obvious because the side is not washed. Okay, that looks all right. These with the arrow slit. It's a little bit more work because you have to get into the arrow slit. But again, I want to work the wash down into the mortar joints, or what would be the mortar joints if they're a real mortar. Going for into little pivots in the floor. This goes pretty fast, and it needs to, because otherwise the stuff like will pond up. Too dark. Here we got a window. Different. You have to make sure to get all around on the inside of the window. Yeah, I know. I don't want to squeeze more out just for the edges like this. So I'm just pushing it out of the brush. Thing to do or not, I don't know, but yeah, so it was. Okay, so now I'm going to do, since they're right in front of me, I'm going to do some of these pillars. And we'll see how those look. After a few of these, I'm going to stir the wash again, because I want to make sure that the pigment isn't settling weirdly. These are a little bit interesting. You can't really just brush across like I do with the walls. Okay, that and keep the brush going. Trying to keep it even. It's going to actually take a little longer than some of the walls. Easy to miss bits. There's one anyway. Having done one, the others are going a little bit more quickly, the others being the second one. I have to move the camera here because I'm moving the pieces closer to me to hold them better. There. Sorry about that. Wasn't paying attention to where the camera was looking. Down, and then brush around, get it into, like I said, get it into the mortar joints. Those we want to be darker if that's possible anyway, and then get the rest of it looking pretty uniform. Yep, that could be done. Fingerprints don't show up. We could maybe do this, which is nice. We'll do that quickly. Huh? And I'm just trying to get it into that little groove at the top there. I got other things to say. I was talking about wash all day, right? Because it's wash day on Monday. Little did I know that that's what I would end up doing, is end up washing on wash day. Incidental. Okay, I've got one more of these pillars. It's fine, not fast, just splashing it on. Sometimes if it's just the right amount on the brush like that, and it just goes on, it doesn't make a mess anywhere, it works out pretty well. And there's just enough for the base. Just to go around the top. But this one, you might notice it's different because it is rough stone and not the cut stone. This is one of those trap tiles that I talked about. The full detail about that because I'm moving. But what I will do is, since I haven't done that yet, is explain that Dice and Dungeons is a group of people who started out doing Dungeons and Dragons campaign, and we were having a great amount of fun and thought, well, let's try to share this with other people. And so we did. And we created Dice and Dungeons, and we started streaming and continue to stream our Dungeons and Dragons campaign on Sundays with live chat on Twitch starting at 2, and I think we're doing that. Please check the schedule, because sometimes there's times off when people are gone or there's holidays or something. We do that on Sundays at 2, and then it's available later on YouTube and podcast, in case you just want to, as our DM calls it, ear watch. If you want to ear watch it instead of listen to it. So yeah, we started out doing that and continue our campaign. It's a really fun campaign. We're having a lot of fun doing it, and we're doing our best to be entertaining as we are. And then shortly after we started, we ended up getting a 3D printer, thinking, well, 3D printer is fun. And let's print some dungeon tiles while we're at it. And so we started to, basically just little set pieces. We did some walls and some pillars and some tents and things, and we started using those regularly in our campaign. I'm stirring this up again. And they just got more and more elaborate as time went on, until what we have now is some sets that we're actually producing. These are all parts of specific sets. These tiles are really cool because they have ball magnets in the bases. There's little ball magnets all around the edges, and so you can connect them and they stay connected. And you don't need any kind of special platform or anything like that to put them on to hold. You can do it on any surface, and they very easily come apart and move. So I know that there's like clips that you can put in, but these, I mean, this really fast, and the reconfiguration is so quick and easy. And yeah, that's a special feature of what we have here. So we are continuing to refine and define and improve the dungeon sets, that tile sets that we've been making. These are pretty much production ready, I would say, if you want to call it that. It is to say that we have put in all the improvements we think we can improve on. Doing the final finishing touches on these sets of different dungeon categories. But yeah, you should. I think that the feature of the magnet bases, the ability to reconfigure quickly and easily on any surface, the sturdiness, these things are really very sturdy. They're printed essentially in just one piece except for the base, a little base plate that goes on to hold the magnets in. So you can not, I mean, if you drop one, it isn't going to shatter on you. Okay, it's not going to come apart into pieces. And we've done that. We have inadvertently, unintentionally tested the integrity of some of these sets by actually dropping surface, and they've survived. The paint even holds up pretty well. Make sure that there isn't too much wash on the floor, because I don't want some of them to be darker than others. Started on the floor here. I'm going to finish it and use the excess to paint the sides, and then I'll paint the wall. This is a curved corner. I think you noticed that as I was playing with them a little while ago. We have the square corners, which is also a curved corner. Okay. Yeah, this one's coming along. It's like with the rest, what I want to do is work it down into the mortar joints, because I want those on the average to be a little darker than the rest of the wall. And then I brush across the wall because I want it to look fairly uniform in color. So if there's any pooling, I want it to pool in the mortar joints. We were talking about doing wash the old-fashioned way. The old-fashioned way, with an agitator machine and a wringer and clothespins and clotheslines and clothes poles. All of these things have clothes in their name because that's what they were used for. You would take the wash in the clothes basket after it had gone through the clothes wringer. WR ringing as opposed to ding ding ringing. They were put through the wringer. All those phrases relate back to how laundry used to be done. You put it through the wringer, which was the thing that squeezed the water as much as possible out before you hung it out to dry. Nowadays, you probably don't know what wringers are. Hanging out to dry means, but that's where it all came from. You might be familiar with clothespins, but you don't know why they were called clothespins because you don't use them for that anymore. But that's what held the wash on the clothesline, which was hung and supported by clothes poles in your yard. So yeah, here we have relaxing painting in the history of laundry, circa 1950s. The entire day, because there was a huge amount of manual labor involved. Just a lot of lifting and carrying and hanging and folding. But yeah, and get the water out with the wringer as much as you could. But there was still a lot of water in the wash as you put it in the basket, the clothes baskets. And we're just lifting it up from the tub into the wringer and pulling it through the wringer, maybe more than once. And lifting it into the basket and then carrying the basket, usually upstairs because the wash tub and everything were down in the basement. You carry these baskets of wet clothes, heavy wet clothes, up the stairs, out into the yard, and then hang it at head height or higher. Then prop it up with these clothes poles to make sure it didn't drag on the ground. Anybody who did laundry was developing a goodly amount of upper body strength. Heavy workout. And it went on the entire day without much let up. Okay. Now the piece that's left here is a curved ball, but it is a 4x4, not a 2x2. Very big. Start up here on the wall, on the inside of the wall. Get the wash down in there. We want the wall to look fairly uniform all the way across, and so the next step is to push all the way across and put the excess on the floor. And again, kind of want it to stay in the mortar joints because we want those to be a little darker than the rest if that happens. But we want the ball to be pretty uniform in color. Do that. Floor. Get it down into little pit holes in the floor. And then brush it across the floor. Again, trying to make it look uniform. So we don't have little puddles and weird spots. We don't want to make it look like somebody just spilled on it. We want it to look like stone. I need to do the back of this. There's a lot of surface area on the back here. Again, getting it down into the joints, the mortar joints, as much as I can. I'm trying to keep the color kind of uniform as much as I can. And let's keep excess off and keep the color right. And thank you. I haven't done this side, isn't it? It's a lot less shiny as it dries, which is nice. So that side is missing. Good thing I turned it that way. I would have missed that. There's a whole pile of those that are done. What I'm going to do next is the sarcophagus. I don't know how this is going to turn out, but it needs to be washed, and it's all washed in this, so there goes the wash. You're going to spread this around, hopefully get it fairly uniform, and what I wanted to do is to bring out the detail, the carvings along the sides. So spread it around, and then all around the top. Get it around the armor and then on the armor as well. All different base colors, so they all show differently. Down on it. The detail is kind of that direction. This is kind of a directional thing. This to, yeah, the armor looks a lot better with the wash on it. It's not so brilliantly silver, and it picks up some of the detail in the contours of the armor. So it was pretty straightforward. And it looks like it's coming out okay. Yeah, I mean, not too bad. So that's a good effect. We can put a little extra wash on, some of these spots that we want darker. Okay, well, that looks pretty good. How are we doing on time? Got a half hour yet. Wow. Okay, well, fortunately for us, as time goes, I've got a whole pile of tiles that need to be washed. These were all done in blue, and they're all now in the way of this other set. So I'm just moving like a whole pile of paint that didn't get put away in the custom-made paint roundabouts. Those are going away. This is going away. These are all moving this away. Just so happens that we have a huge pile of gray painted rough stone tiles that need to be washed that I've kind of put off washing. But now I can't because I've got a half hour left and that's about enough time to do this. So I'll give this another stir. And yeah, we'll start doing this. And then I'm going to put them up way over there out of the way because that's the only place they can put. So we'll just keep putting this gray wash on tiles until we are done doing it. In these, I need to get it down in those crevices. And then spread it on the floor, kind of a circular fashion because there is a fair amount of texture on these floor tiles. And then the same sort of thing on the walls. I want to work it up into the mortar joints. The base color on these is gray, which is different than the dark blue color that we've been working with up until now. This gives a different impression, and after this dries a little bit, I'll be able to show you a compare and contrast with one of the other base colored walls that I did just a little while ago. The effect of the wash on the rough stone is a little bit different because we actually want to bring out some of the texture of the stone, and like with the cut stone we want it to look more uniform. Anyway, we don't want to get too much on it. Set that aside, and we'll go on to the next one. There are plenty to go on to. Get the edges. Edges. brush is starting to get really saturated. And so I need to be a little careful with it. In fact, one thing I might need to do is just sort of brush it out on a paper towel or something. Or just brush it out like this on the back of one of the walls. That seemed to work pretty well. Okay. So these are compare and contrast. So this is a comparison of the blue color with the wash and the gray color with the wash. And they look different. One's much darker, more foreboding. The other one is a little lighter looking. Anyway, there's that. So we'll just keep pounding away at it, because there's just enough to fill the time for the rest of the stream. This is an inside corner. Doesn't look like a corner, right? It's just got a post on it, but the way this works is you can fills in the gap. Otherwise, what you have is that, which looks like a unfinished inside corner, when you could have that. So that's another kind of cool feature. Just kind of brushing them over to make sure that the color is more or less uniform in terms of distribution and density. The little bitty post wall doesn't lend itself to a big brush across. There. That with the gray especially, even more than with the blue, the wash is really essential. And the gray it's a nice gray and all, but it's lifeless by itself. And with the wash on it, it brings out the texture and it makes it look, instead of like gray paint, it looks like a wall, which is kind of what we're going for. I mean, it looks like stone instead of just gray paint. I mean, otherwise it's a gray painted wall, right? Sorry. Paying attention to the camera again. And I was letting the work wander off. Side. Yeah, so we're doing washing on wash day. More to add about the history of laundry. I mean, I have to admit that, you know, the agitator tub, and that's all it was a tub with an agitator in it, which is for a top-loading machine, that kind of fan-shaped thing that swishes back and forth. That was a major improvement over a tub and a washboard. which we also had at my grandmother's house. She used it much, but we did have washboards, and those were those kind of corrugated metal things. And you filled the tub with water and some sort of soap. Detergents didn't exist, and detergents were a later invention, where they were just coming out then. So you filled it with water, hot water and soap, and you scrubbed the clothes against the washboard. Up and down, up and down, up and down, and it was a good deal of heavy labor. And as you might imagine, very hard on the fabrics. But that was a way to scrape the dirt out of the clothing, and since the clothing was used oftentimes in fairly dirty work, agricultural work or factory work or something of that sort, there was a lot of dirt to squeeze out, and you couldn't do it by just sort of rushing at it. You had to really work the fabric hard, and the soaps were not very effective in dissolving and carrying away things like oils and soot and stuff. And sometimes the soaps left a lot of residue, but the washboard gave way to the agitator tub, which was a huge step up in terms of labor, even though you still needed to use the wringer. And the wringer, the mechanical wringers, the two rollers between which you squeeze the clothes, themselves a huge labor-saving device, because before that you just wrung them out by hand as well as you could. So you can imagine what that was like on your hands and arms. So yeah, I mean, we had a real modern wash facility, laundry facility going there, with an agitator tub and mechanical wringer. Sorts of labor-saving devices there that we would laugh at now as you've got to be kidding. You expect me to do this by scrubbing these clothes against a washboard and then wringing them by hand? Done. Yeah, the fabrics were a lot different then too. Mostly, I think I was talking about this, there weren't really very many synthetic fabrics at first. Almost everything was cotton or linen, made from fibers, and wool. There was wool clothing, a lot of that, but you couldn't wash that because it would shrink, and in a serious way. Like your large t-shirt would become a small if it were washed in hot water and just dried in a normal fashion. It was possible to hand wash those things, and I think that's actually how they were done. I didn't really remember, I was pretty young, but I think it was you washed them in cold water, and you had to have a special like drying back kind of thing. Maybe even a stretcher, it was called, where you would put the washed woolens and stretch them out so that they would hold their size and shape while they dried. And that was a good deal of extra work too, making sure that they were still usable after they were laundered. Yeah, but the woolens needed really special care. And permanent press? Nope, there was no such thing. So out came the ironing board. And this little sprinkler bottle. Yeah, that's another thing. People probably have no idea what that is. You take like a bottle, usually like from soda or even beer or whatever, and there was this special attachment that would go into the top of it, it's like a cork. You go down in the, and it had little holes in the top, and you would shake the bottle, and it would sprinkle this fine spray of water onto the clothes. You know, why would you want to do that? You went through all the trouble of drying them, right? But when you ironed, it's before you had these specialized steam irons, right, that put out steam. The water would get into, especially the cotton fabrics and the linens, the sprinkler, the water would just lightly dampen the fabric, and the ironing just worked more effectively. Like, if anyone still has them, steam irons do now. But before you had a steam iron, it was just an iron. And the steam effect came from the fine mist of water that you sprinkled onto the clothing as you're ironing it. Ironing was like another whole day. I'm trying to remember. I don't think it was, I'm not sure it was done on Monday. I think it was like Tuesday was ironing day. Because usually it took the entire day just to get things to the point where they were going to be ironed. But there was no permanent press anything. So, especially tricky things, shirts. Ironing shirts was a tricky thing. With the sleeves and the buttons and the different folds and everything like that. It took real skill to be able to do that with any kind of speed at all. Pants were a little bit easier, a little more straightforward, but you had to get the crease right. Because the crease wasn't permanently pressed, you had to find it. Line out the fabric and everything just right. Yeah. So ironing day was another thing, and then just had this huge basket of laundry needed to be done, and then everything got folded and put away. You know, it was on Tuesday. You had a couple of days of not doing laundry or ironing before you got to do it all over again. And heaven forbid that you had limited clothing and unlimited children in your household, and then basically you did laundry twice a week because that's what you had to do. Time to stir this again. I don't want it to settle, especially as we're getting closer to the bottom of the bottle. Okay. Thing you can say when you work at something like this is that at least right now there are fewer to do than when we started, which is a good thing, because if there were more to do now than when we started, it would be pretty discouraging. And you say, where did they come from? All right, so what I would say is, like, I started out with these and I didn't base coat any more of them, where did these come from? And there wouldn't be a very good answer to that. One could say, well, there was an extra dimensional portal that just happened to move more floor tiles your way, more dungeon tiles your way while you're painting these, and that's where they came from, because there couldn't be any other explanation. Fortunately, we haven't encountered an extra dimensional portal that brought more dungeon tiles to me while I've been washing these. How do I keep getting so much off camera? I'm so sorry about that. And so, in fact, there are fewer now than when I started, which is really encouraging. So I've got another inside corner, 3 corners, a round corner, and the cesspool. I'll just call it that. At time, it should be pretty close. It might be going a little bit long, but then I took an extra long break because of stuff that came up. Took some time. Finishing like perfectly on time at 2 o'clock. So, Dyson Dungeons, Relaxing Painting, please join us Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 10 until 2-ish, more or less. 10-ish to 2-ish. Usually starts pretty close to being on time. I was a little late this morning, just trying to get some adjustments made, like changing the title from Christmas ornaments to dungeon items and sets. These are all part of sets. The throne and the traps, the flames and things are items. I arbitrarily called them that because, you know, I needed a word. I think they're called scatter, but I'm not sure I really like that because you don't scatter them around. They're very carefully located and placed depending on your gameplay. So, Dyson Dungeons, Relaxing Painting, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, almost every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, from 10 until 2, with a little bit of variation in the timing depending on events. What we will be continuing to do, I don't really know. I mean, I'm getting all of this stuff washed. I'm not sure what will happen on Wednesday. We might, unless there is more that's primed that needs to be base coated and done, I might do something totally different. Completely different and unexpected. It might be a surprise. Because after these are done, I am looking at what is left here, and I've got some flames for the trap tiles, the flame fire trap. I might have to redo the gas cloud if what I came up with just doesn't look right to the people who make that judgment. The other members of Dyson Dungeons. So yeah, if there isn't more dungeon stuff to do, I might do something totally different. Something completely different. We've been working. It'll still be relaxing. It'll still be painting. That much I know, because that's what we do here, is paint. And I don't know, I'm mostly relaxed when I do it. And relatively speaking, it's more relaxing than doing laundry, especially the old-fashioned way. So it'll be painting, probably relaxing, might not have anything at all to do with Dungeons and Dragons. We will see. It all depends on other people right now. they need to have done in order to fill out some of the dungeon sets that we've been working on. And even be a surprise to me because I've got a few projects I could be working on. Some of them, and things that I haven't worked on in years that I had promised I would do like 6 years ago and never got around to finishing. That might be something I could do, but we'll see. We'll see if these things get primed. I don't see anything in the prime bucket over there to my left. Tomorrow's going to be a really busy day for some people. So yeah, I'm probably going to be doing something completely different on Wednesday and Friday. So you'll definitely want to be here for that because it'll be a surprise. Other than finishing up the flames, maybe repainting the gas cloud, and nearing the end of what needs to be done with the dungeon sets we've been working on. Ooh. There's that. Yep. 2 more corners. And the pool. Yeah. Timing will be pretty decent. Despite the extra long break, just because of how things worked out, looks like be finishing about the time I usually finish. I often complain about these inside corners because it's like 2 walls, so it's twice as much painting as a regular wall tile, but especially painting the accent blocks, it's sometimes a little hard to reach inside. Oh, hi, Tesla. That's one of our cats. This one hardly ever comes down to visit. It's a faintest little mewing sound, which is a little deceptive because she's like a 11-pound cat. Very pretty tabby, but actually fairly large, but always had this little bitty mewing. I don't know if you could hear it through the filter or not. Usually our other cat is the one that visits. So that's kind of nice. Just came down to say hello. camera the other way. Whichever way I move it, it is wrong. This is one of the round corners. These are kind of nice. Just one nice surface to cover. You can paint a brush across it pretty easily. Get the wash down into the texture. Just enough excess to paint. Some waves. Okay, so what I've got left now is this kind of large beastie thing, which is the pool. And this pool will be covered in here with realistic water. Realistic water is a clear liquid that you put it around, and we can pigment it and do various colors. In this particular case, it's going to be various shades of green and black. I'm going to just have to redo that. I'm not sure that that's going to make any difference, but what I should have done, and I didn't, was paint the inside after I put the wash on instead of before, because I have to get this bottom layer of stone washed. And in doing so with this big brush, it's getting onto the green on the inside. So I'll just touch that up at some point in the near future. Maybe, for example, Wednesday. Realistic water, which is what it's called, goes in there, and we put different pigments in it and swirl them around. Nikki does that, and then it looks cool. A swirling liquid, which is what it's supposed to look like. Too heavily. There. Still left enough in the spots where I wanted it to look like it should. So then getting some of the edges that I missed. Pretty much done with relaxing painting today on Monday. Well, that was quite a to-do. I'm going to move the camera here just to show this is all the stuff that was just washed. There's a lot of them. So maybe you would have noticed that there was a lot of them as I was washing them, because it was probably tedious to watch and listen to, but so it is. So it was. But now they're done. And unless there's some that just are wrongly colored and need to be like rebase coated and touched up, and we'll find out. We'll see after they dry how they look. That's pretty much what needs to be done today. So I did get the base coat on these flames. They're yellow, and I'm going to be working on them to make them look flamey like this on Wednesday, because that needs to be finished. Put this in here. I'm going to take these gloves off before I touch anything else. The throne, which needs to be washed in the same color wash that I was using, but much more careful. It has now been highlighted. As you can see, it has now got shininess on it. It's got shiny gold chains and a silver thing and a red jewel thing in the center. So that needs to be washed. And I learned my lesson here, which is do the washing and then do the detailing with the chains. And if there's touch-up or tiny little dots that wouldn't show past the wash, but now I need to get the wash on there without getting it all over the gold. So we'll see how that goes sometime in the future. Otherwise, oh yeah, let's see how this turned out. This is the sarcophagus. And this was painted the base gray and the base blue, both. And that's how it looks like when it's been washed. You can see, yeah, it picked up some of the detail. The carving on the side, it's pretty good. The guy on the top looks pretty decent. So I think the wash worked on this. And that's a good thing too. So that got finished. I actually accomplished a fair amount today. Washed a whole lot of dungeon tiles. Did a throne, washed a sarcophagus. I'm going to do one more thing before I finish. There's always one more thing. If I can find that green color, I'm just going to touch this up because that bothers me. That's the spots where the wash got on the green base coat. So I just squeeze out a little bit of that green paint. This brush, I'm just going to go around the edge and recover that so it doesn't show. I mean, it's not going to, after you get the realistic water in there and the swirly colors and everything, I'm sure I wouldn't see it anyway, but, you know, premium, we're doing premium work here. I'm not being cynical, I'm being honest. These are really premium dungeon tiles, all the way from their design to the magnetic couplings to the domestic printing and the printers behind me to the hand painting. And you know they're hand painted because you're watching it right here on Relaxing Painting with Dice and Dungeons, and I'm using my hand to paint. But yeah, premium, domestically created from start to finish, hand painted, magnetic coupling dungeon tiles. Brought to you exclusively by Dice and Dungeons. There. Now I won't have to be, staying up at night worrying about having to touch this up because it's done. Okay, so what's left for me to do now is clean up, find out what is going to be happening on Wednesday, if there's any more dungeon-related stuff that needs to be done. If not, What we will do as a special surprise to everybody, including me, to feature on Wednesday's stream. And I need to get an aesthetic judgment on the pearlescent paint on the gas cloud. Because it looks kind of okay. I don't know. I'm not really sure. So on Wednesday, as far as this stuff goes, I need to finish the flames or come close to it. If necessary, repaint the gas cloud. And then maybe take on washing the throne. I want to triple check to make sure we're not putting wash on the chain. That won't take terribly much time, and so I will be doing something completely different. Possibly something completely different, depending on what else there is to do. I could clean up the workbench. That could take a good share of the time. Might not be very fun to watch, but it's something that definitely needs to be done. I will be told by the other members of Dice and Dungeons, if you need to clean up the workbench, do it between streams. All right, there it is. Just a little bit after 2. Dice and Dungeons welcomes you to Relaxing Painting Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 10 to 2, more or less, unless there's an exception, which we would publish on social media ahead of time. And thanks for joining in. If you liked what you've seen or heard, please feel free to become a supporter. You can subscribe. And you can also go to patreon.com/diceanddungeons. Thanks again. See you Wednesday.